Okay, testing, testing. Alrighty, we're good to go. So how are we all doing today? Oh, move this. Oh, I gotta put my drill away. Oh, that can be unplugged. Because the new camera isn't working right. Okay, that goes there. That goes there. Put these over here. Well, I thought I was going to be able to do it and surprise with a third camera before I started streaming, but it ain't going to happen. Oh, what should we run? Okay, that there. That there, that there. Okay. This way. No, goes this way. Oh, come on. Okay, that's for that. Um, start. Let's do this one. No, going that way. So, oh yeah, okay. Okay, that's that. We'll throw this in. Get that in. this in. Let's go Rock Island today. Hey, AT. Somewhat. I gotta fix that. And then, oh man, I got cords everywhere. Yeah, let's do a little of that. No, I want it this way. Alrighty. Oh, I gotta plug this in. Alrighty, so, and I fixed my shit. I fixed my stuff. My lights don't come on when I turn the power on no more. I still have to figure out the truck inspection lights. There's a way to have them when you stop the locomotive for them to come on. I haven't figured that out yet. Okay, 4316. F9 for startup now, unlock sounds. Hey, poles. And start my light and everything comes on already. And then we got No, I want the right. I want the right with 44. Start that up. I want the left with 14. Start that up. Those are fine. So I think I found a glitch in the new ES44s. It doesn't, neither of them have short horn. Yeah, I got to work on that horn. It needs to be louder. Oh, shit, light. And the Lord said, let there be light. And there was. And it was good. No, but going back to AT, yeah, I shaved my head and I shaved most of my beard. Where? Oh, this got to go over here. Hey, Eugene. I like the Navy unit, the 44, especially for the price. Shake it. Yeah, it's a sweet unit. Although I had an incident just now when I was putting it on the track, but that's an easy fix. I had the plow fall off. Not much, man. Although I do need to turn that horn up. What do I got that horn at? And now, as far as I know, I can program while running because I changed all my 250 or 246. Yeah, I changed all my 246 settings. Okay, so Navy's 19. Oh my God, really? Yeah. Oh, I have no clue how this happened, but I never even touched the horns on these things. Oh, that's cool. You should have seen me right before the stream, man. I was drilling holes and I was trying to get the third camera hooked up. But it ends up, that's what you get for buying a cheapo camera. It doesn't work. It's glitchy. So wait a minute, what's the Amtrak at? Because the Amtrak has to go up too. Day 112. Oh, no, that's a centipede. There's 12. Horn. Oh wow, I got that all the way up. That's as high as the horn goes? That sucks. Okay, so I can turn the master up, turn the prime mover down a little bit. It was doing that half the screen glitching shit. So, yeah, no third camera. It's actually right, you can't see it. It's behind the water tower back there. So, if I do this, and what was I at? 12? Two, 1, CV 63, 255, CV 259, bring that down to 100. And that should do it. That's better. Okay, so, shit, where's my pencils? Okay, I'll just use a pen. What did I say here? We turn this up to 255. And we turn that down to 100. Dude, I got a giant book of all my shit. Okay, and then over to... Nope, that's a GG1. Here we go. Now let's test this. I'm at 44. Okay, 44. Horn is 100. Let's make that one. Oh, what's the bell? Oh, the bell has to go up too. Okay. I haven't set these up at all, I guess. Bell's 128. We'll do that at 175. And the horn we'll do at let's do 150. So, hopefully this works. Program to on the main line. What did I say? Bell, or okay, horn 135 is 150. Oh yeah, it works. Okay. So that's 150. Oh, I gotta write these down as I do it. Horn is 150. Bell is 175. Bell is 136. 136. 175. And the second horn is 150 at 138. 138. 150. Alrighty, so I gotta change both of those. Go back over to this one, pull this sheet. Give me a second, I'm gonna get to chat in a second. So 100 to 150, 128 to 175, and 100 to 150. Having two of the same local is really nice for programming. Okay, Dremel tool, cheap camera. I'm trying to restore some of my Mark's trains. Some of the cars have rusted wheels. Man, Mark. Is that HO? God, the horn on that thing just sucks. Oh, Gage. Okay, I was gonna say I don't remember that company in HO. I gotta say, Rapido, your EA horns really suck. That's like up all the way, literally. What was that? That was 12? Yeah. Master volume is at 225. Horn is at 225. Or 255. Yeah, I can't go up any higher. So, I'm loving that engine because I'm calling it an ES58 ACI. being that they look the same from the outside, and the only difference is one has a 16 and one has a 12. U.S. Navy is the Big Bertha of the 16. It has, what does it have, 6,200 horsepower? Yeah, 6,200 horse. At 2,000 foot-pound, or 2,000 pounds a foot. Oh, no, how did, I'm having a brain fart. How do you say tractive effort? 200,000 pounds per foot, I guess it would be. The other Gevo is in the line right there. You can see the yellow front. That is the Western Maryland Club unit that has to go back yet. And that's the nice thing about this other camera. You're getting like a front row view of that diesel line on this next camera. Yeah, so I'll probably send them both back at the same time. The actual loco, the Western Maryland loco altogether is going back. And I'll send the 44's decoder in. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to send the Western Maryland in, get that fixed up. And if they can fix that the right way, then I'll do the 44. Because I don't have a short horn. So, okay, now that that's F8, that's mute. And that's mute. So, when you stop it, you got that little horn. But that's the shortest horn I have with the horn button. They're F2. Here, give me a second. Okay, we'll mute that. We'll go back over to here. So on the Shay, you got a short horn. You got a hold. And then you got a double tap. Whereas, mute that again. Unmute that. This is the... Oh, I was able to do it there. Oh. Nope, I lost it again. They got to adjust something in the settings. Because I'm literally like... And its double horn really sucks. It's just a double horn. The double tap. God, it's getting hot in here again already. Oh, I got to turn the heat off. Yeah, I mean, I can do it, but I literally gotta, where all my other ones, here, I'll switch it over. I can do it repeatedly on everything else except for the ES44s. And that's the same type of press as I just did on the Shay. So somewhere the sensitivity, I don't know where that is on the settings, but yeah. See, I can't even do it twice in a row. It just keeps going back to that whole long hold, the press horn. But I love this one because it has totally different trucks than my Western Maryland. The piping and everything is different. No. The Centipede, that's 6,000 horse right there. The Challenger was before the Goose. Challenger is 5,800 horsepower at 97,350 labs per foot. I mean, they go up there. But supposedly the, oh shit, ES58 ACI isn't even a US locomotive. US doesn't run them. I don't know why. Yeah, and I know exactly what the problem is. There is a setting on BLI that, what's the word I'm looking for? Sensitivity. The sensitivity of the button. They still haven't shipped the GG4 or the GG1 yet. Dude, something tells me this whole issue is going to get me pissed at BLI to the point where I'm going to go after them. Because if memory serves me, Florida has a right to repair. So technically, I have the legal right to whatever system they're using to program the Paragon 4 decoders. And I got enough engines to do this on that I mean, I could push the issue. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, oh no, that one's already done. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 engines to do. I want the ducking removed. because it's the dumbest damn thing. They shouldn't even put it on. Oh, I got the interior for this last car coming. I could see that. Some crazy asshole with too much money, like the guy from Rapido, will buy it and put it in his basement. That dude has a fucking train car in his basement. And I really don't like how they screw around so much. When I'm dealing with a $300 locomotive, I don't want screwing around, you know, and shenanigans. I want you to be all serious and shit. Yeah, that's... Okay, Poles, that is what ducking is. That silencing the engine sound, that is exactly what the ducking is. That's what I'm having removed on all my locomotives at some eventually. If I'm going to buy something, I'm going to buy a caboose, and I'm going to put it out in my front yard. Honestly, this isn't my cup of tea. I don't like the fake looking locomotives, but again, the price was just, you know the whole saying, I didn't eat so much, someone made me eat it. You know, they were twisting my arm. Well, at $160 for one of these things, that's pretty much twisting your arm. And Grant, I was looking at this at Lombard on their website, but when at the what were they, 270 or something like that, I'm like, you know, it's not my cup of tea. It's too new of an engine for a museum, you know, so on and so forth. Like, why can't I find deals like that for something good? Dude, that's the thing. Lombard is great. That's what I'm talking about. And they don't have this stuff online. So as you walk into Lombard, they have a wire shelving rack. And they put like their sales. This 44 locomotive was there. There was an Aurora Miniatures for $160. It was... So how do I explain this? Because I don't know what model it is. It looks like the EA... or the E8, but it has the cab of the Navy engine, the safety cab, and it was like a dark gray with a red stripe on it, and then it was just 4 letters. They had, what were those, well, who makes those cabooses? The Transient or something like that? It's a newer company. Bunch of cars from them on that shelf. Dude, I love that shelf. That shelf gets me into so much trouble. That and the back wall. The back wall, the front shelf is where they have their really good sales. The back wall is where they put their older stuff. At one point I saw an SW 1500 from Athearn DCC Sound for $130. I got my Hammerhead from Lombard for $123. That's DCC Sound from Bowser, and it's the only reason I'm not completely. I'll never buy a Bowser again. No lit number boards, no cab interior, no lit cab, no class. The only thing it has is a headlight, on the front and the back. That's it. If I would have paid full price for that, I would have been pissed. But for 120, no, I'm sorry, it was 123. I can't do it. There. And it's not the handheld controller, because it does the same thing on my base unit, the DCS-52. Because at first I thought it was maybe just a bad button. Yeah, this summer's going to be really fucking rough. Rapido already has in stock their Western Pacific set, so that'll be coming to Lombard shortly, I would assume. And the new GS4 is coming out later this summer, and I am now keeping 4449 because its history works out. That's one of the reasons I don't like real locomotives. You got to work with the real history too. It just so happens that both of my real locomotives, the Challenger isn't running, so it kind of goes in with mine, and the GS4 I don't think will ever run again. So it can fit into my story background. But because it's fitting into my story background, I want to get not the Daylight. I already got the Daylight. Freedom Train. So pretty much it's going to be like a Blue Goose thing, where I'll switch between the paint jobs. And luckily my box is coming. They better ship that fucking soon. I found I don't want to say too much about it because I don't know the quality yet. I bought it. It was $45. 24 inches long, 13 or so. No, I can't. I can't remember how wide it is. It's 7 slots though. And it's 2 3/4 inch tall. And it's a storage box for your locomotive to move them. Hard. Like the heavy duty cardboard, like the BLI boxes, not the push boxes, the actual lift off boxes. It's like that thick heavy duty cardboard. But the other day when the storm was coming in and it was looking kind of hairy, I started packing my engines away, and I didn't even do all of them. What did I do? I did the blue goose, I did the black goose, I did the Challenger, and the Western Maryland. Oh, and the EA. Pretty much the stuff that I could not replace because it was like limited edition or, you know, something to that effect. But it took me like a half hour, 45 minutes to box this shit up. And that ain't gonna work. So I got the box coming. The only thing that won't fit in it is the... Oh wait, no, the Centipede should fit. That's only 23 inches. That's right, the Centipede would fit. That's why I bought it. But if a bad storm is coming, I'll be able to package up a lot faster. In fact, I might actually get a second one. Depending on how nice it is, I might get a second one. Because, I mean, honestly, I'd like to pack up, like, all the important stuff. All the engines get packed up. Obviously, the BLI 5-car set would get packed up. And the Athearn sets, the Athearn car sets. This one and the one I'm getting, fuck, that's this summer too. Shit. Oh, I'm really going to be in trouble this summer. Anyone buy, just so you know, I'm buying, I have a part of a liver to sell. I don't need my spleen. I don't need a gallbladder, so if you need one of those, I only need one kidney, so I'll sell a kidney. Might sell a lung, because, you know, I don't do anything. I sit in my seat all day, so I don't need 2 lungs. YouTube algorithm is probably flipping out right now. Oh my god, he's selling body parts. Dude, that camera's a pile of crap too over there. Or is that me? It's either YouTube or that camera. Personally, I don't like the camera that's over by the station. I like my manual focus cameras. I like these lock sounds a lot better now. Wait a minute. Why isn't that on? Huh. I'm gonna have to check the permanence. That's the only loco that the number boards should have been lit up, but they weren't. So I'm gonna have to check that. Also, the ES58, the max speed is 110 miles an hour. Oh, which reminds me, I gotta pop both these shells off and pop the smokestack out. I gotta say, the 44 has a lot more detailing than the 1852 does. There's warning labels all over the roof of 44. Although I have a problem with the ES44s. Just a logical problem. So, they have a horn with like 5 horns facing one direction and 1 facing the other. And they, on both of them, they have the 5 horns facing the rear. I would think it should have been facing the front. I have no clue what 1983 is. I know 1616. I want that loco so much. As for 1776, like everyone has a 1776. See, I don't think that looks good at all. It doesn't catch my eye or anything. What it does do is I look at it going, you're trying too hard to be an American locomotive. I can't wait for Rapido or BLI to announce 45-47. I'm so buying that fucker. I wish they didn't put Trump's name on it. The locomotive itself, without his name, is gorgeous. The flag mural on that thing, to die for. I want my EA back. That's what I want. Oh yeah, someone will make it. Polls. So BLI came out, said their club locomotive is the hottest selling item that they've had in I don't know how long. They're flying off. They're selling. It might be the actual biggest club locomotive run that they've ever done. Now, my thinking is okay, well, is that the HO or the N, or is that combined? Because they're two different locomotives. N scale keeps getting the reading, or the Reading AFT1, and HO, we don't get shit. Oh, I had that thing, I ordered it the day it came out. I was toying with the idea of doing both, but I decided not to. Ah, okay, the from Norfolk Southern, the new, like the ES44 SD70 look. Because I was going to say Western Pacific was 1776 and 1976. It has a good sounding bell. What's a longhorn? Really? That was a longhorn? The longhorn is quite short. I was thinking of doing that, but then I'm like, if I'm going to spend money, I'd rather do it on something else. I'm going to have to check those connections. Well, true. It would have been Union Pacific, yeah. But my thing was, it's one of the newer. It's not the old style. Like I got the Rapido Western Pacific bicentennial set on order that I'm dying for. Oh my God! Have you seen the new Max? Rapido's coming out with an SD70 Mac lineup, including the Metra. Oh, that's so on my list. The RTA, the RTA. Yeah, I can't say that. Commemorative. I can't. Why can't I say that word? I don't know, but it's the Metro with the RTA stripe, the Rapid Transit Authority stripe. Oh yeah, I want that because I love my diesels with the steam generator. I shouldn't say steam generator anymore because they don't use steam generator, but I love the passenger stuff. Well, see, I see those trains. When I go out to my parents' house, we're right along the Metro line. I get to see that. You know what? I might go over into downtown Bartlett tomorrow and sit in front of the train station for a little bit. Commemorative. There, okay, there we go. Words are hard, man. At least I think that's the correct term that they used. It's almost like a heritage unit, I would assume. I actually have never seen it. What is it, number 500? I think it was. See, and I always thought they were like SD 80s or 90s on the Metro trains. Again, I don't know the new locomotives. They all look the same to me. Um, well, the Commodore Vanderbilt was the first 20th Century Limited train. That was from the... Was it from the 20s? There's a 10-year difference. They ran the Commodore Vanderbilt for like 10 years, and then they upgraded their fleet to make it look like the Blue Goose. It was or I should say, the J class with the actual like bullet nose instead of just streamlined bullet. Bullet nose is a streamlining, but it's a type of streamlining. Honestly, I like the Commodore Vanderbilt because I like my aerodynamic, you know, or I should say Art Deco stuff. I'd rather had the Dreyfus though. Honestly, I think they're going 8 because it's the 250th stuff. I honestly don't see the Commodore being that popular of a locomotive. At least the real, oh, I shouldn't say that. The real based ones, which I think there was only one of, I could see selling like hotcakes for people that do New York Central in the like the 20s and 30s. It's another thing. It's steam, man. People love steam. And with the paint job, I mean, I already came. I don't have it printed out yet, but I already came up with a backstory for that locomotive. Just like this one, the museum, the 44, the museum had it quote unquote built for them. The Commodore Vanderbilt, the 250th, it's going to be built in 2026. They received it in 2026. Obviously, its history is going to be a little bit different than physical, because it's going to, in my world, the Commodore Vanderbilt 250th would have shown up around June and July, and not after the whole celebration. Shit, we'll probably get it next year by June. I don't know why BLI keeps saying you'll get the stuff in December. The Challenger was in June. The E44 was, what is it, April? Yeah, April. It ain't December. How fast can I get this thing going? Then again, I think I did slow this down. I do a speed limit on my layout of 195. What was its stock? That would have been 19. No, not by much. Its stock is 210. And I brought it down to 195. Oh wow, it's going a good clip now. We got to go in ludicrous speed. Well, I got some of the data here. So, the Commodore at Vanderbilt, the museum had it built in 2026, and they received it in 2026. Its estimated horsepower was 4,000 for that thing. Being it's so far out, I don't have the full sheet, the sheets printed out. I printed out the sheets for the GG1, but I've already had to move those because I got the 44. And since I didn't go through it, I will. So we'll go outside inside. The day one is 12. So number 4316, the Amtrak day one. was built by EMD in October of 1952 with a serial number of 16785 and an order number of 2054. It was built for the Pennsylvania Railroad under the number 5716A. What is with their A's and B's? I don't know. It was an E8A. Its weight was 350,000 pounds. Its wheel configuration was an A1A plus A1A 36-inch wheels. The engine was a 12-cylinder 567B times 2 of them. Design max speed was 117 miles an hour. Tractive effort was 56,500 pounds per foot. It was a diesel locomotive with a 1,200 gallon fuel capacity, 2,250 horsepower. It was 70 foot 3 inches long, 10 foot 7.5 inches wide, and 14 foot 7 inches tall. In 1960, they dropped the A. It was renumbered to 5716. In 1966, it was repainted to the broadband Tuscan red scheme. In 1968, it was transferred to the Penn Central and repainted in the PC Midnight scheme. In 1971, it was transferred to Amtrak, numbered 4316, and painted in the As You See It paint job, which is the Day 1 scheme. Later in 71, it was repainted to a Phase 1 Amtrak scheme. In 1973, it was renumbered to 322. In 1970, it was renumbered to 461. And in 1980, it was retired. And fictional, in 1981, the museum bought it and restored it to its Amtrak Day 1 scheme. This should be 19. The middle track is a GE. Now this one I'm playing fast and loose. It's actually an ES44AC, right? I think so. It was built in GE April of 2026. Its serial number is 200. Its order number is 2. The road was U.S. Navy. It weighed 430,000 pounds. It was a CC wheel configuration with 42-inch wheels. Has a Gevo 16 engine in it. Its speed is 110 miles an hour. Tractive effort is a whopping 200,000 pounds per foot. It was a diesel with a fuel capacity of 6,200 gallons, producing 6,200 horsepower. It was 74 foot 6 inches long, 9 foot 11 inches wide, 15 foot 5 inches tall. And the Greenbrier Shay. Yeah, alrighty. So, and the Shay was built by Lima in April of 1910. Its serial number is 1687. Its order number was 2248. It was built for the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway as locomotive number 11. It's a Shay Class D, as in Dan, which is its official designation. It's not really a Class D, it's a Class Dan. But you have to be a shade guru to know those things. It weighed 242,000 pounds. It was a 044440 tank engine in the white notification with a 46-inch wheels. Its boiler pressure was 200 pounds per square inch. This might not be right because I can't find an actual top speed for the locomotive. I find an actual top speed for the locomotive type, which was 26.7 miles an hour. I don't think the number 14 went anywhere close to that. I think it was closer to 20 miles per hour as a max. Probably even 18. It had 200 pounds per square inch in the boiler. Its tractive effort was 52,161 pounds per foot. It was ran by coal. Its fuel was coal. 20,000 pounds of coal, in fact, along with 8,000 gallons of water. I do want them to make a Class C. I don't know which Class C yet. There's like 50 Class C. There's like, hold on, let me actually go look. Had to print my sheet out here. Had to print the sheet out. So, wait a minute. It didn't fucking print. What the hell? God, I hate this goddamn printer. Okay, second time is the charm. So there was only one D class, and that was a Dan. As for Class C, as in cat shays, you had the cap, the care, the carrot, the carbon, and the capture. Respectively 70, 80, 90, 100, and 125 tons. You had a bay, a bale, a baler, a bollard, a balloon, a bluster, and a blustrad for the Class B shays. And you had an AB, an Abe, an Able, and an Abler in the Class A shays. Uh, 70 foot long, 10 foot wide, 15 foot tall. In 1923, it was bought as scrap from Chesapeake and Ohio, and it was shipped to Cass, West Virginia. In 1923, the West, yeah, it was bought as scrap and transferred to to Cass. Along the same time, because this is who bought it, the West Virginia Pulp and Paper Company. In 1924, it was restored and put into service under Greenbrier, Cheaton, Elk Railroad, number 14. $108? No. Yeah, there is no such thing. Oh wait, no. Okay, 180 pound. My bad. Track capacity in tons. Yeah, weight in ton. There isn't. Yeah, no, 180,000 pounds. That would be in the Class D shay. The Class C maxed out at 125. $200. It would be a 36-inch. So you're looking at, with that stats, 36-inch wheels were only the 70-ton, the 80-ton, and the 90-ton. Class C as in cat shays. The 100-ton and the 125-ton were 40 and 46 inches respectively. I hope their next one is either a Heisler. Honestly, I'm looking for. I want the Heisler. Honestly, what I'd really like to see them do is they did the Lima Shay. I want to see the Wilmette Shay. Okay, so 80-ton, that would be a care. C-A-R-E. 3 trucks. .5-inch diameter cylinders. 15-inch stroke. What would this be? The wheelbase. 56 feet. No, that would be 56 inches is the rigid wheelbase. The total is 44 foot 6 inches. Had 12 drivers, 36 inches, 200 pounds per square inch, 3,000 gallons of water, 35,100 pounds per foot in tractive effort, and it could pull 4,305 tons. The BLI's already said they're doing more logging. Honestly, I hope they redo the shays and do some oil burners also. If they if they re-release this line, I want to see oil burner. I also want to see the Wilmette. I also want to see Class C's. I want to see Class C's and B's in the Heislers, Class C's and B's in the Climaxes also. Oh, wait a minute. Built in 1911. I guess they could still be doing wood in 1911. What the hell's the one in Stephenson County? Was that 1914? It was either 1912 or 1914, and that one's wood. Or was it 1904? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Silver Creek and Stephenson Railway. I could see that. Well, honestly, this was the Greenbrier was a logging locomotive also. Greenbrier, a lot of people don't even realize, Cass Scenic Railway, that's Greenbrier. That's the Greenbrier line. Going up to, what is that, Spruce? I think it was Spruce it went up to, and then it went both ways. But this specific locomotive, number 14, ran from Cass to, or was it Bald Knob? No, it was the old junction. Spruce, I'm pretty sure it was. Oil conversion on logging locomotives was a very, very common thing. Wood, when you burn wood, you get lots of sparks. You had lots of fires. Coal, you had less sparks, but you still had fires. Oil didn't do sparks really at all, and there was like next to no fires. Oh, I forgot. I got smoke. We can pretend it has a bad turbo. Ah, okay. Honestly, that's the only gripe I have about the Shay is it's coal burning. Being my layout is based in current year, I prefer oil for all my steam engines. Although there are some on my list that aren't. Like the Yellow Jacket is not oil, that's a coal burner. And the New York Central locos are coal. Do I got that card backwards? I think I do. Yep. There we go. Oh, I would never start. The only modification I would make to a BLI locomotive is if I would actually have the money to do a full collection history of the Blue Goose. I would have to buy 3 of the skirted version and cut 2 of the shells up, which would, for what I'm cutting off, it would be easy. But other than that, I would never mess with a BLI loco. For the sole fact that it would just kill its resale value. Let me know if you want to see any specific locomotive ran. Oh, pardon me. Oh, that's right. I gotta change this, don't I? Alrighty. Two, 135 is 150. 136 is 175. And 138 is 150. Okay, those are done. I can go change that and print those out. Alrighty. I gotta say, the ES44 is the double tap horn is kind of lame. It pretty much does exactly what I can do. Look at that. And the new settings for CV246 are working great. So my recommendation on any BLI with smoke, set CV246 to number or to the setting of 4. Its stock should be like 132. At least the HO stuff. The Shea is a hybrid N-scale HO. I really don't like smoke on the diesels. Okay, so oh damn, I forgot to listen. I'm gonna have to run that again and listen to it. Because I've noticed the centipedes, the ducking is fine. I had the ducking removed on the Club Challenger and the Club Diesel, but I got the same diesel that's a retail version. I'll have to check that horn. Oh, I know why that's not lit up, because it messed up the frickin' programming, that's why. I have come to find out JMRI does not like Broadway Limiteds. Somehow it changes CV settings when you're reading them only. I had to reprogram all my Steam. You know, I should play around with the horns and see if I can find a horn that's similar to what I have now, but just louder on that EA. Man, it's like... Okay. Program on the main line. CV283. We'll jack that to 175. Two, one. $283. I'm gonna have to check the programming on this. Check all. Oh, wait a minute. I can check all here, can't I? Do I need this hooked up? Edit only. Oh, let that take 18 million years to open up. Oh, would you just open up? Thank you. Uh, $31. 16, that should be 1. 63. Yeah, see, this didn't, oh my god. What the hell? 16 should be 200. $259. How do I not have a 259 here? I hate this fucking software. It don't work worth shit. No, I don't want to save the shit because you don't even have the CVs that I'm supposed to be changing. So we're going to do this the old way. Okay, program on programming track. No, CV29. 46. CV31. 16. CV32. 4. That's my fucking problem. 1. CV3. 50. CV4. 25. CV5. 195. CV6. 125. Master volume 63. 200. 259. 125, 275, 255, 283, 150. Just have the goddamn pen here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I gotta change all those then. Give me 321, okay. How did that change? Check all lock sounds. Horse shit program. That's what it is. That's better. Okay, now that's working right. I don't know why that does that. I didn't do anything with sound. I read the locomotive, and then I changed the function buttons, and that's it. And I just wrote the function buttons. So I gotta check all the other two. Yeah, we're still gonna turn those up though. Uh, 63. Oh, I hate lock sound. I really do. Well, it all depends on what you're getting. Diesel, Rapido. Steam, BLI. That's the BLI shade. Rapido, BLI, 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 BLI times 2, BLI, BLI, Rapido, BLI, Bowser, BLI, 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 BLI. Obviously that was my Steam. That was the club locomotive for this year. I was running 44 earlier. You missed that one. I went into Lombard Hobby to pick up my switches and some straight track, and that was on their clearance shelf. DCC Sound, Paragon 4, DCC Sound and Smoke. So it's like the top of the line, 160 bucks. That's cheaper than I bought this thing for. And this was the Club Loco. I got the 2024 club. BLI has a club. Every year they produce a locomotive that you can buy for dirt cheap. I bought this in the refurb shop as an extra unit, so I paid a lot more. They retailed for $3.99 for the $39.95 Challenger. I got a FEF2 831. I got the GS4 4449. I got the 50 to 51, no, 51 through 53 Santa Fe Blue Goose, and then I have the fictional 60s freight livery Black Goose. I got the two Shays, the two Centipedes, GP30 low hood, GP30 high hood, GP35 high hood, the EA, the ES44, NW2, RS3, Hammerhead. I got a GG1 coming from BLI. Yeah. I've been doing this for a long time. I have my own rules. Dump money into your track and your locomotives. Your cars, get them whatever, wherever. Although I will say the Rapido freight cars and the passenger cars are just freaking gorgeous. I've gone overboard though on my locomotives. I really have. I keep buying locomotives and not buying track. Coming this year still, the wood boxed Rapido Western Pacific Bicentennial set. Possibly a GS4 in the Freedom Train colors. The Chicago BLI Chicago Northwestern Yellow Jacket from 1950s. Well, I mean, some of these trains I didn't even plan on buying. They were just that good of a deal. Some of these trains I didn't want to buy, I only wanted one. Like the Centipede, I only wanted the one. But on my layout, a single Centipede runs like crap. I had to get the second one. And that's because of my board itself. My board does this. And the Centipede is so long, 13 inches long, that you got two high spots and the dip in the middle. The drivers lose traction on the dip. The front and rear trucks lift the whole engine, keep the whole engine straight while the track dips. So I had to get the second one to push it through. The Amtrak I got because I wanted an Amtrak and it came in a wood box. It was all like special shit. The C30, the Conrail, I got that with a mystery box. See, that's why I like the Kato. One, it's bulletproof. I mean, I could literally walk away from this layout for all damn day and just let it run. I know it won't derail. I know I won't have problems. Plus, it's so easy to change. This layout started off originally as just a dual mainline, with a yard on the leg and the engine facilities in the middle. And it has, in the year that I've been, I started in January of last year. And in that year, this has gone through multiple revisions into a 3-rail, steam yard on the leg, diesel yard in the middle, and car yard in the middle. Originally, the turntable and was going to go here with the roundhouse here. So I would only get maybe 6 stalls in. Whereas where I have the roundhouse now, I'm going to get 9 stalls on one side. I'm definitely going to get 6 stalls, but up to 9 stalls on one side and 6 stalls on the other, along with non-stalled outside track. Real easy to switch. I mean, I do it. My whole roundhouse leg is quote unquote flex track. I don't have any open track, but it literally, the Kato unit joiners are the same thing as the flex track unit joiners. It would just slide right in. You would just do that. Actually, you would take the unit joiners off. I'm sorry. That's right. You take the unit joiners off. And now you just put the regular joiners on there and transition into flex. So you could transition and start doing Kato if you wanted to. I will say this, you get a lot less choice in switches. You only have 2 switches, number 6 and a number 4, and that's it in the HO. No double crossover like the N scale, but it works great. I love it. I fell in love with Kato Unitrack when I did N scale, which is what this board was made for. Well, see, no, keep your flex track. So this is what you do. How big is your layout? How wide is it? I'm trying to what I want to do is figure out radius that you're using. You could just buy the radius and then transition into flex track for your straights. You know, flex track with cork, and then do your Kato for your curves. I wish I could like hook up a camera on the fly, because I'd show you the I actually transitioned from Kato to flex because I got the Walther's turntable and all the, you know, the roundhouse and stuff, that all works with the flex track. And what you do is you get a small amount of cork. If you wanted to go to bare board, like I go to bare board, I don't on the turntable I don't have any road bed. But the very first I took like maybe a 1-inch chunk and did the HO road bed, and then maybe like 6 inches later I did N scale road bed, about 1 inch. And then about, 9 inches later, I connected to the board. That gives me my angle. And then when I'm going to ballast, I'll just ballast the shit out of that area. Oh, see, that's something I would never do. That is you're a ticking time bomb, really. Foam is not fire retardant unless you paint it with the fire retardant paint. And when foam starts on fire, honestly, I'd rather be dunked in a tank full of complete and utter like diarrhea shit than to actually deal with foam smoke after a fire. You'll never get rid of it. It like turns into spider webs. And it goes everywhere. I actually dated a girl back in high school her aunt's house had a radio fire in the garage, and it started their bikes on fire. And just the seats, the foam seats and the foam padding, you know, on the bars and stuff, oh my God, the house, they literally had to like tear down the whole damn house and start from scratch because the smoke went everywhere, and then it turned into the spider webs. Oh, the largest? Oh man. I think it's like 32 inches. So I have the 490, because Kato does it in millimeters. They don't do it in inches. I have the 490 millimeter on the inside, which equals out to 19 and 5/8. I got the 550, which equals out to like 21, almost 22, 21 something. And then I got the 610, which equals out to 24. But they go up into 800 and, what is it, 867? Yeah, 867 is the biggest one I have here. And you can make custom curves. You got, so this is a 610 millimeter curve. A number 4 switch is like 18 inch instead of the 19 and 5/8 inch. So what I did was I did the number 4 switch. Why am I missing track? Oh, I used them out there. That's why. So I was going to double check, but I'm pretty sure it was like 670 millimeter. I did the number 4 switch, a 670 millimeter, and then I went back for the last 2 pieces to the 610, and it works perfectly. You can actually do that. They mainly do it in N scale, but you can also do it in HO. Honestly, I like just wood. I can see, then again, I am a model railroader of the plains, so I don't have hills and stuff like that. Honestly, this layout is actually based on farmland in South Elgin, so that's why it's completely flat there, you know, on this one. I mean, honestly, it would be more money for sure, but I would actually use wood. If I want a hill, I would layer plywood and then cut it and gouge it out. Yeah, some guy actually had, so he was running his train, and he just started his train. He didn't wait for it to make a complete lap. So he didn't know if it was safe or not yet. But he walked away from his layout for 20 minutes and went to a different floor of his house. So he was not within earshot of the layout. So he couldn't hear any of the warning beeps or anything. But he had the switch set wrong, and the engine stopped and shorted the whole system out for like 20 minutes. It just kept shorting out and shorting out. And he started a fire in his house. You saw that? Okay, yeah. And honestly, I knew exactly what happened as soon as I saw the very first video. When he said, you know, I'll tell you about it later in the week in a different video. I'm like, dude, I know exactly what he hung up on a switch that was thrown wrong. Yep. But it's not sad. Because it was, if he would have followed the rules, that would have never happened. Rule number 1, you don't ever walk away from your layout until your train has made a complete lap. Rule number 2 is you don't go out of earshot of your layout. Oh, I leave my train all the time. But I'm literally in the next bed. What it is this is my bedroom. I'm sitting on my bed. There's a hole in the wall over in the corner. All my USB cables, my audio cable, everything goes through there into the den, which is where my computer is. And I'll go and sit in there. I'm literally watching the camera feeds on my screen. You can leave your layout as long as you trust it. Like I would never leave a layout with the flex track. Well, I shouldn't say that. It would be so hard to get the flex track to my standards to where I would feel safe leaving it. I've done the flex track. And it's just a pain in the ass. But after that fire, everyone's like, oh, you got to turn it off. I'm like, no, you don't. You just follow the simple rules, and it safeguards you. Again, if he would have waited and not left his layout until the train made a complete trek, he would have saw that right then and there, and he would have been able to fix it. The other big problem is he went to a whole different floor, so he couldn't hear his trains. He couldn't hear the unit beeping constantly and stuff like that. Yep. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to reballast this. Once I'm done laying the track, I'm going to put a thin layer of ballast on this Kato track, along with filling in the middle of the, between the tracks. Obviously not on the outsides, but on the insides it would be filled. The only time I've ever actually, I didn't shut off, I stopped my trains. And I just left the whole system on, sound and everything. I ran to the corner gas station to get more pop. But I mean, like, to go to the bathroom, I leave it on. I'm single, I live here alone, so I can leave the door open and listen. you know, I go in the den and sit in my computer chair. Well, it's not really a computer. It's more like a lazy boy. But again, I can still hear everything, and I see it on the, you know, because I'm doing the stream. And even if I'm not doing the stream, I just open up OBS and I can watch my cameras in what they call real time. Yep. Again, that's why I like the Kato. So originally, I had the two main lines, and obviously it was on that side. I had the passing siding on each main line in the same spot. Well, that passing siding on the inside line, I ended up extending it all around and bringing it back into here. Or I'm sorry, here. And then I got the idea of just finishing that circle and doing three main lines, and that's how I got this hodgepodge. On this side, I use the switches I had. On that side, I'm actually going to get a crossover like this. Which I think you can see the crossover way down there when the trains aren't there. I have a crossover between lines 1 and 2. I still need to get the crossover over there from 3 to 2. Everyone keeps saying, am I going to do decorations? Oh yeah, definitely. I'm nowhere close to that yet. First of all, I haven't even gotten all the track down. Once I do get all the track down, all the track's coming right back up. Actually, I could probably do it now. I just need to get the paint. I'm going to paint the whole board green. Once I get all the track down, and the buildings in place and stuff, then I will do the, you know, the static grass and the bushes and the little bit of trees here and there. I did that back in my second layout. Oh, gotta rush, gotta make it look great. Rush and do and then I ended up having to rip it all out because I was still doing track work. The money I wasted. The time I wasted. Oh, just so you know, Kato is code 83. And I actually bought a bunch of. So I bought one of these, and then because of the turntable issue I had, Walters ended up sending me 4 more. So the turntable issue is, at one point, like 4 years ago, or 3 years ago or something, Walters had a problem with their track distributor. So they switched to Shagonaham, some S company, I don't know. And it was code 70 track, not code 83. I ended up getting one of these turntables that had the code 70 track on it, even though the paperwork says it's code 83. So none of my track line up. So what I did, this is a code 83 to code 70. Half of this is code 83, half of this is code 70, and then they put it together. So it's nice and flat. Walters tried sending me a new turntable bridge and send me a broken one that I couldn't use. And I just said, you know what, screw this, just send me this, one of these tracks. They ended up sending me 4 though. So, cool there. But they also, yes, crazy. That's what I was getting into. On the other side of this, they have code 83 to code 100. Or they also sell special rail joiners. So the rail joiner in a way looks like a taco. The special rail joiner, they separate they separate each end of the taco and just put a metal strip in between it, so you could bend it this way and that way. So you could, because obviously code 83, the bottom would have to be higher because you want the tops the same. Being I didn't want to deal with that crap, I'd rather just deal with the track because it's for the turntable. I can just plop this into the turntable, come out, go to regular code 83, and then go up to my Kato. Because again, my stuff on the turntable, on the leg that you don't even see, that it's over that way. I haven't gotten a camera for it yet. Is all on board because of the turntable. I didn't want to have to raise my turntable and my bridges the height of the cork. They're not cheap. 15 bucks. But for my use, it was only going to be the lead into the turntable. I can deal with the difference for the steam engines. It was the diesels that couldn't jump up the gap. Because it was like this, the rail height. When it would just hit and just stay on the turntable and spin its wheels. It didn't have the traction tires to push it up over the hump. Why does that? I saw that crooked in the... As for, I'm assuming HO, right, Crazy? So HO is when you buy a curve track, you're buying a quarter of a circle. So to do a full half circle, you need 2 packages. To do a full circle, you need 4 packages, which is different from N scale. N scale is a package is a half circle. So if, just so you know, so you're not, you buy a package and I only have a quarter circle or a half circle if you're thinking it's, Their switches are expensive. The number 4s are 40 bucks with a $10 option of automating them and a roughly $5 switch button. This is the Kato switch buttons. Those are like $5. The actual machine, yeah, I got a machine over here. It's just a, you unscrew the little the hand, and you would screw this one in. Actually, no, this isn't for that. That's for. This is a left hand. No, this is a right hand. Is it? Oh man. Yeah, this is a right hand. As for the number 6 switches, those are manual from the get-go. Or, I'm sorry, those are automatic from the get-go. Okay, you know what? I can do this. I can do this. Hold on. You're gonna, my genius. I'm gonna introduce you to my genius. I gotta open up YouTube on my tablet so I can see what the hell I'm doing. And you should still be able to hear it. So, you can kind of see the daylight over there. I gotta find my finger. Over that way. Yeah, right about there is where the steam house is. And at that end is where I have the switch. So in essence, this is the half circle. I have the switch here that I can continue going straight. And then I had to put a 670 in, because this one was shorter than the 610. The switch is shorter than a 610. The switch is like 550. So I had the 550, the 670, and then I went back to the 610. Yeah, these things, great use, man. Damn it. I'm getting too old for this shit. Also, make sure you have more than 2 feet between your layout and a wall. Because let me tell you, 2 feet isn't much. Because I put a shelf on the side of the layout where the station is to hold the station, and because of that, it's a pain to get up in that corner. It's easier to get up in that corner because there's like that's like 2 foot by probably 6 foot. But over in the station corner, it's only 2 foot by like 3 foot. It's 121 inches wall to wall, 54 inches this way, and the leg is 4 by 3. Originally, this thing, I mean, the total hodgepodge. I used recycled wood for one. All the wood I had for the layout was from old shelving units that were made of plywood and 2x4. I took it all apart, you know, and did the 2 modules, which is 5 foot 1/2 inch by 54. So I have a total of 10 foot 1 inch from wall to wall. Originally there's a dining room table here, like a 1960s 22 person. It would go from 2 person up to a 22 person dining room table. And that's what I had the layout built on. The table was my legs. I then got rid of the train stuff, put the boards in the basement, got rid of the table, went into a fish keeping business, ended up having to leave that because my landlord's a dick, and he had no clue what the hell he was talking about. And I went and bought 2x2s and just shoved them in the corners, and yeah. With the legs and the walls, it's pretty much tight. I have to actually TP this and then go into the, you know, it presses down in the middle and it presses against the walls. It's just tight. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 legs on this. The leg screws in, these are all screwed together, but the leg screws into that. The leg is actually on my dresser, so that really doesn't need legs because the dresser's holding it up. Did I break my dresser? I was climbing on the layout earlier trying to drill a hole in the corner. I don't think I broke it. Honestly, yeah. I started with the HV5 set from Kato. It was the 550 millimeter curve, which is the middle, and then 4 straights on each side, I think it was. And I just bought more and bought more and bought more, and now I got this. And I still got to buy more. I mean, shit, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm looking at 15 to 20 switches I need yet. Along with buying the roundhouses and getting the, there's just so much shit at once. I got to do the diesel yard. I want to finish the freight yard. I got to start the passenger yard. I still need to build out more on the diesel yard. I got to get all the turntables, or not all the all the roundhouse buildings yet. The Walther's coaling trestle I need to get. That's going to be my coaling weight. I'm going to have the coaling trestle and then a turntable line going right to the back of the coaling trestle. I'm not going to have a, oh crap, what's the word? Coaling tower. I might, I don't know. Oh, you want to see something? Okay, here. Let's do this. Well, I'm going to give you a test. I just need to clear this line. Okay. This will be a good test because I haven't even run one of these on the inside yet. Although I don't think I'll have any problem because these things will run on 18-inch radius, they say. Okay, so that would be a 490 millimeter, which equals out to 15 and 5/8. Or, I'm sorry, 19 and 5/8. Have you ever seen a centipede? How many? Okay. 4 and 4 is 8. Plus 4 is 12. So I got two 12-axle locomotives. Uh, 5832, right? Okay, oh, wait a minute. Was that a... I'm not right. Okay, fine. Okay, now, here we go. I gotta put in a feed. There you go. That's 8 and 8, 16, no, 4 and 4 is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's a 24 axle, 23 inches AA unit. I have found out the hard way though. This locomotive is an outside track only runner. I'll back it up and down on the 2 inner tracks, but I won't ever run on these 2 tracks with that. Nope, I stopped. That's at 1%. But if you start looking already, you can see how much it overhangs when it's going into the curve. So yeah, the 6-axle, I wish I had my other 6-axle. I also have an EA, a BLI EMC EA, which is the very first E unit. But that's at BLI getting worked on. It's a Paragon 3. I call her the Big Chungus. And this thing, it's the only diesel that's a 4884. And it blows, I'm pretty sure it blew away the big boy on power. You got 6,000 horsepower between the 2 of these locomotives. Each loco had 2 engines in it, producing 3,000 horsepower. I want to see where this falls off. No, I don't care where it falls off. I'm going to put a feed in there tomorrow. Okay, let's get, that's going that way, that's going that way. Let's get Little Chungus over here. Damn it. You're in my way. There we go. Alrighty. 39.85. Straight. Something's not right. I'm bumping somewhere. Get out of my way, train. There we go. Alrighty. Put this guy away. Okay, that's going that way, this going that way. Alrighty. And that would be, oh damn it, wrong button. Motherfucker. 3460. Rarest locomotive I have. One of only 51 ever made. Oh, we gotta fix that. DCS 52 with a DT 602 extension. So now that we changed, let's go through. Where the hell's 11? So the outside, this would be times 2. 58, 32, or wait, no, yeah, 5832A and 5832B. They were built by Baldwin in February of 1948. The serial numbers were 41 and 42 respectively. The order number was 7385A1 and A2 respectively. They were built by the Pennsylvania Railroad with a loco number of 5832A1 and A2 respectively. They are DR 12-8-1500/2 centipedes, weighing at 595,000 pounds each. It was a 2D plus D2 wheel arrangement with 42-inch wheels. Each loco had a 608 SC engine times 2. They were designed for 120 miles an hour. The tractive effort is 102,500 pounds per foot. And I believe that would equal out to 2 times 2, because that's for a single engine. It was a diesel engine with 3,500 gallons of fuel capacity on each loco. 91 foot 6 inches by 10 foot 4 3/4 inches and 15 foot high. In 1948, they had the modified Lowry scheme. In 1950, 5832A was renumbered 5832. 5832 A2 was renumbered 5820. In 1951, they were transferred to freight service and repainted with the broadband scheme, which was a silver single stripe. And in 1964, they were retired. The second one in would be the Challenger, built by Alco in June of 1943 with a serial number of 70174. Order number of S1879 for the Union Pacific Railroad, numbered 3985. It was a class 4664-4. Its weight was 1,073,900 pounds. Its wheel arrangement was a 4664. Leading trucks were 33-inch. Drivers were 69-inch. The trailing trucks were 36-inch forward, 56-inch rear, respectively. Union Pacific had a thing. Their firebox truck, the front wheel was smaller than the rear wheel. Had a boiler pressure of just 280 pounds per square inch, 70 mile an hour top speed, 97,300 foot, I always want to say foot pounds, 97,350 pounds per foot traction effort. Originally it was a coal burner with 56,000 pounds of coal, 25,000 gallons of water. 121 feet 10 inches 121 foot 10 3/4 inch long, 11 foot 2 inches wide, 16 foot 2 inches tall. In 1957 it was stored. In 1962 it was retired. In 1963 it was repainted and placed on display for the 1963 NRHS convention. After that, it was stored at the Cheyenne Roundhouse in Cheyenne, Wyoming. In 1975, it was moved over to the Cheyenne Depot on display in Cheyenne, Wyoming. In 1981, the people at the Roundhouse just restored it and placed it into excursion service like by themselves. As far as I know, they didn't have authorization to get it running again. In 1990, because of all the fires it was starting, because it was a coal burner, via its sparks and the brush, it was converted to oil with 6,450 gallon capacity. In 2010, due to poor maintenance and damage, it was stored at the Cheyenne Roundhouse. In 2020, it was retired. In 2022, it was transferred to the Railroading Heritage of Midwest America in Silvis, Illinois, at the old Rock Island Railroad engine facility. And that's the Challenger. As for the Black Goose, it would be the same as the Blue Goose. It was built by Baldwin in January. How do I want to say this? So the Blue Goose was the first of her class, but the last to be finished. They built all the engines, and then they took 3460 and cladded her. So it pushed the delivery date out like a month or so. Instead of being delivered in 37 like all the others, it was delivered in January of 38. Its serial number is 62083 with an unknown order number for the Ashton, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway, numbered 3460. It was the lead 3460 class. Originally, it weighed 808,670 pounds. It was a 464 with 37-inch leading trucks, 84-inch drivers, and 40-inch trailing trucks. 300 pounds per square inch boiler pressure, 120 mile an hour max speed, 48,618 pounds per foot traction, or tractive effort. It was an oil burner with 7,000 gallons of capacity. 20,000 gallons of water. Had a horsepower estimate of 5,300 horsepower. It was 102 foot 6 3/4 inch long, 10 foot 9 inches wide, 16 foot 8 inches high. Now, some of these dates are fluid. I know it went through this history. I don't necessarily know exactly when. So it was delivered from Baldwin with 3460 on the tender. In 38, that was removed. And that must have been within a month or so. It was removed. In fact, it might have been removed under this first servicing. Within a month of them getting it delivered, they cut the cylinder skirts and the front half of the driver skirts completely off and threw them out. That might have been where the 3460 on the tender was removed. No, it wasn't. No, I said that wrong. 3460 was removed before it went in for its first cut, because I have pictures of it with 3460 and without 3460 with the full skirting. So within a month, They did cut the cylinder skirts and the front half of the driver skirts off to make it resemble like the Dreyfus from New York Central. Later in 38, the remainder of the drive skirts were removed, and the cab skirts were shortened by half. I suspect in early 39, it went in again. The remainder of the cab skirts were removed, which brings it in line to the 51 through 53. Well, it brings it in line with the remainder of the models that they did. The 39 and older engine skirts, which there is none, or cab skirts, which there like is none. It was repainted with a black stripe under the silver stripe. In 1941, the white walls were removed from the wheels. In 1945, it went into Albuquerque, New Mexico to get, and I shit you not, the super duper rebuild. It was then known as a super duper Hudson instead of just a super Hudson. What happened was they replaced flues and tubes and did a bunch of shit. It went up to 816,646 pounds. It went up to 49,459 pounds per foot traction. It went up to 7,107 gallons of oil and an estimated 5,700 horsepower. In 1950, the black stripe that was added in 39 was removed. In 1951, it went from a tricolor, dark blue, medium blue, light blue, to a dual color, medium blue, light blue. In 1956, it was scrapped. Even though it actually wasn't supposed to be, it was actually supposed to be saved, and they were actually restoring it, doing a visual restoration, painting and wise, and they scrapped it on the people. Because I also have pictures of it in the deadline after they said they were going to, not scrap it. They were painting it up, restoring the paint, and they pulled it and scrapped it anyway. I have the fictional freight. Oh, well, see, that's another thing. So, in amongst all that real stuff, it was scrapped in 56. So, in my fictional, in 56, it was transferred to freight service and painted all black, like the 3460 that you're seeing on the inside line. In 1961, it was put into excursion service. In 1977, it was stored. In 78, ATSF replaced the firebox, the flues, and the tubes. So it pretty much brought it up to operating standards. And then they did sell it, although it was a donation. It was $1 to the museum. So as soon as the museum got it, they were able to put it into revenue service. In 1979. In 1984, they pulled the locomotive and restored the tender, completely restored the tender. In 1993, it went through its 15-year annual overhaul and inspection. In 2008, the 15-year overhaul inspection. And in 2024, they did a complete breakdown and full restoration of everything. And then its next maintenance is due in 2039 with its 15-year overhaul. Currently I have the fictional freight and the 1951 through 53 version. I have on my, I would love to get them all. Like I said, I would love to get all of them, including the second one multiple times, so I can do all the different versions that I listed. But I definitely want to get the 1939 version with the black stripe. The real 3460 is gone. They scrapped it. The only one that was actually saved was 3463. I gotta put a feed in right there. For some reason, the number 6 isn't a power. I could have sworn they were power routing. But yeah, that's why I don't have power on my diesel line. And that's gonna be tight. Oh no, it isn't. Yeah, because that switch stays there. It's this one that's going to move out. In fact, when the storm was coming through, this was the first loco I actually boxed up. The first one is the black 3460. The second one is the Club Challenger. The third one is the Club Diesel. The fourth one was the Blue Goose. Because I'll never be able to get another Black Goose. Yeah, no problem. I do that with all my trains. Because my layout is actually a museum. A railroad museum. So you got to have the info. And if you look out the right side of the car, hey kids, look, it's Big Ben. I honestly can't wait for the GG1 to get here. I got that getting custom programmed. They're removing the ducking, and hopefully they can do it. I want setting number 14 to be added to CV227, because Paragon 3 has 2 and 6. Paragon 4 has 2, 6, and 14. Now, 2 is stock. When you start the engine, it just starts. Number 6 setting gives you the warning horn while it's already started, but it does the warning horn. Number 14 is what I like. It holds the engine until it's done with the warning horns, and then it starts. And I'm hopefully they can do it to both of them. The EA is a Paragon 3, my only Paragon 3 that is in for service. The the GG1 is my second Paragon 3 locomotive that hasn't even been shipped out to me yet. I'm having them hold it until they do the programming. So hopefully they can add setting 14 to those 2 locomotives. Because I'm in the process of figuring out how to do it to the lock sounds. I'm going to add warning horn to the E8, the RS3, and the C30-7. Or at least I'd like to. Nope. I'm doing all this. Well, the Paragon stuff I got to send back to BLI. But for the programming, I'm playing around with JMRI, and I don't think I like it. I was just making files of the settings from all my locos. It changed the fucking settings on all my steam engines. So I had to reprogram all my steam engines this morning. And I didn't program anything. I just read what the CVs were. And somehow it changed it from long address to short address on everything. And then somehow it changed my, CV32 from 1 to 4, which makes you not be able to change volume. So I'm going to have to check all my locomotives. So the protocol now for lock sound is read it, change the settings I want, and then I'll go and program all my custom settings. I'm doing stuff that people don't even understand why I'm doing it. So, Broadway Limited, when you on DCC, DC, you put the train on the track, you just turn the knob and it starts. DCC is different. You actually run the train, not the track. In DC, you run the track. Whatever's on the track will run. DCC, you actually run the train. So, you know, you address them all. I use the engine number. 3460, 3985, 4449, 30 for the switcher, the NW switcher, you know, so on and so forth. And I just totally lost what I was going to say. Okay. So Broadway Limited, you say I want to run the Challenger. Button, 3985 button, that selects the locomotive, and then you got to start it. Broadway Limited, F9 to start the sounds. Lock sound is F8 to start the sounds. F9 puts what they call a drive hold on it. So it pretty much turns the motor off. The sounds and everything will ramp up like it's going, but it won't move. And I hate that setting because I'm so used to F9 start, I hit it a lot of times. So what I did was in the software, I took F9 and changed it from drive hold to mute. And then I took F9 and F8 and swapped them. So F9 now starts and F8 mutes, just like the BLI locomotives. F9 starts it, F8 mutes it. I also slaved Yep, there was an easy way to do that too. JMRI. It takes forever to fucking read the locomotive. Literally like 2-3 hours. But what you do is you read the functions page. It'll take a long while, like an hour, to do the functions page alone. And then what you do is you scroll down to the F9 button and it'll say drive hold. You'd click on that. There's a little button, configure. You click on the configure and you'd scroll, you uncheck drive hold and just check mute. And then you hit, program changes. And it'll change the drive hold into a mute. My EA, the Amtrak, when you would apply power to the track, the number boards and the truck lights would come on. I didn't like that. Same thing with the Conrail. I didn't like that. So I switched that. I turned that off. I then slaved the class lights, the number board lights, and on the EA, the tail light to the headlight. Likewise, on the Conrail, the number board lights, the class lights, I slaved to the headlight. Oh, and I slaved the cab light to the startup itself. So when, just like a BLI locomotive, when you start it up, the cab light comes on. So I have the Digitrex DSC52. It has the little USB port in the back. You would connect the computer via USB printer cable, because it's the long one on, the computer side, but it's the square one like on the back of a printer on the back of the DCS52. From the DCS52, I connect the programming track. And I put the train on the programming track, open up the JMRI, and it automatically talks through the DCS52 to the programming track. Oh. You know what I'm thinking about? Maybe I'm causing the problem of slowness with my cable. Because my cable's like from 1998. It's old ass printer cable. So that would be like a USB 1. I might have to get something newer and try it. I honestly don't really trust the JMRI because of the problems I've had already. I'm kind of forced to use it to do the stuff because lock sound is so stupid. I mean, BLI shows us I can move the function buttons around. In fact, I do. On all my locomotives, I got to print out a new function. I make my own function button sheet because on BLI, from 1 to 10, or I'll say from 1 to 9, lights, bell, whistle, coupler sound, air something or other, air pump, the blow down, the water fill, the smoke on off, the master volume, and then the shutdown, startup shutdown. I flip F3 and 4 with higher numbers, and I bring up the grade crossing horn to F3 and the long whistle to F4. I try to keep like all my whistle, you know, the lights and the whistles and everything, I move all the way up. The stuff I'm going to use a lot, I have it above, you know, on my first page, which is what, 0 through 9? There are engines like the Blue Goose, where, you know, and the FEF and the GS4. The Blue Goose has a emergency light and a deck light. The FEF has an emergency light and the Mars light, and the GS4 just has the Mars light. The Mars light goes to F10, right? Yeah, the Mars light is F10, the emergency light is F11. So I kind of I try to standardize everything between all the locos. So no matter what loco I'm on, like the light and the bell and the horn, no matter what loco you're on, it's going to be all the same button. And honestly, Rapido, I love their locomotives. They're from now on. They're going to be the only diesels I buy. When I first started off, I got steam engines from BLI. BLI was my company. Bought a couple diesels from them. The Rapidos are just much nicer than the BLI diesels. So I switched the diesel purchases over to Rapido. The only problem I have with Rapido is they're BSing around. They give you, I'm looking, well here, let me go to one of the Rapidos. Okay, here we go. This is the Amtrak. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sound function buttons for sounds that have nothing to do with trains. It's like, you know, they fuck around, like put some parts of songs and stuff in those. Yet I don't have a grade crossing horn. I don't have the option for a warning horn setting. I would honestly like to say, take out your stupid sounds that real model railroaders wouldn't use anyway, because it's like Baby Got Back and I Like Big Butts and shit like that. You know, it's just stupid stuff. And put more railroad, you know, grade crossing and all that stuff in. I'm an old fuddy-dud, I guess. I don't like my biggest. I don't like the fact that Rapido plays around too much. If your locomotive was like $20, sure, but your locomotives are $350. When I'm dealing with $350, I don't fuck around. So, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a feed in. Luckily, I got one feed left. I gotta pick up more feeds. I got one feed left. And then my mobile feed, which I'm not going to use. You know, I'm wondering, how many amp is this? I have no clue how many amp this is. But this might be an alternative so I don't have to keep moving my controller back and forth. Oh, Jesus Christ. I forgot about... I forgot to put the loads on the flat cars. Oh, pardon me. There we go. Y'all can see the load on the flat cars now. I do not have any F units yet. The Centipede is closer to an E unit, I would think. Honestly, I think the best diesel sound is either the EA, which is at BLI being worked on, or the RS3. I don't necessarily like the sound of this diesel, the Centipede, although I love the sound, the Centipede, just because it's just big chongus. Wait, you might want to go look in the refurb shop of BLI right now. They got a lot of A and B F units. Powered, they have one AB set, the B is not powered, but they have a bunch of A and B separates that are both powered, and for relatively cheap. I think they were like $100 and something bucks each. I hate the fact that I had to buy a second Centipede, but I love the fact that I had to buy a second Centipede. First of all, I love the 5-stripe. Second, I mean, Jesus Christ. What would that be? A 90... It was 91 feet. 9 to 9 is 18. 182 feet. So you just go to a buddy of yours that lives across in Detroit and be like, yo, can I ship this to you? Or not, no, not Detroit. Yeah, US has a Niagara Falls too. I mean, to be quite honest, you're getting the, how do I say that? It'll wash itself out. The fact that you live in sucky Canada will wash out the fact that you're getting a cheap locomotive. They're factory refurbished. You got a full warranty. It's like a brand new engine. Most of my stuff is refurbished. Well, I shouldn't say most of it. I got a refurbished Shay. I got a refurbished GS4. The Black Goose is refurbished. The Bloody Nose GP30 is refurbished. The High Hood GP30 Norfolk and Western, that's a refurbished unit. Broadway Limited Imports. And if you pay it's $30 a year. If you pay the $30 a year, you're in the club. That lets you get the club locomotive, and that also gives you 10% off of everything in the refurb shop. That also gives you a whole nother year to the locomotives that you bought the previous year. So in essence, instead of having only a 1-year warranty, you'd have a 2-year warranty. Like last year, I was in the club last year. I joined in April of 2024, and that was just pretty much to get the 10% off and the club loco. Now this year, when I renewed it, it gave me an extra year of warranty on pretty much all my engines, because I pretty much bought them all the year before. The Shays, the 2 Shays, the GP30 high hood, the ES44s, and the GG1 that's still coming are the only engines that are not getting an extra year warranty because of the club. Next year they will get them. Club Loco, the Challenger was $399 brand new, and it came with a Rolling Thunder. The Diesel was $199 with nothing. This year's Club Locomotive is they're doing 2 different ones, a Christmas one and a 250th anniversary one for the U.S. on the Commodore Vanderbilt, and they're $299 each. And the Club Locos are all special locos. They will never release the Western Maryland in retail at BLI. The only way you could have got that was through the club. 3985 had special sounds, had updated sounds. Most of it is just paint job though. The stuff that they release in the club, they will never release for the retail. They will release other paint jobs on the same model. They have a retail version and the club version of, the Challenger when they did it, the ES44 now, and the Commodore Vanderbilt for next year. But the only way to get that, 250th anniversary is to be in the club and go with that. Honestly, let's just say this, that 10% off gets you in trouble. I have bought enough in the past year, I could go to a hobby shop and buy, with the money I've saved from the refurb shop, I could probably buy a retail version of a locomotive from a hobby shop. I mean, some of this stuff I'm getting $60 off. I got $62 off on this when I bought it, which brought it to under, it brought it just under 600. And because that's a brass hybrid. The brass hybrids go for about $8.99. The metal trains like the Commodore Vanderbilt go for about, I want to say $6.99 in the sound. But you can, like, I go to Lombard Hobby and I get a discount through because Lombard is a distributor of them, they can sell them for less. Broadway Limited? No, you pay for shipping. Ow, Mountain Dew and I. Mountain Dew and I. Ow. But it's really cheap. I mean, shit. It was like 13 bucks. Yeah, it was 15. No, it was $25 for the Club Loco, the Challenger. The diesels that I bought were like 10, 15 bucks for shipping. The the Black Goose, I paid roughly the same price shipping as the Challenger, because they're, you know, it's all brass. You're paying for the weight. But it comes with the box, you know, stock box and everything. The paperwork is all in, and if you have a problem, all you do is write them up. Every, and I'm not even going to call them problems, because they weren't problems, they were like preferences. Anything that I've ever come to them about, they've always fixed right off the bat. The Challenger, I went to go, because it comes with the pilot, the pointy pilot. I like having the couplers on the front and the back of everything I can. So I took the pointy, you know, the cover off, and I went to go put in the screw, and I stripped it. So I wrote to them, and okay, we'll send out a screw, we'll send out a nut. And they sent out extra couplers. The last instance, I like to have spare traction tires. So I just bought the Shea. I wanted spare traction tires. They didn't have them in yet. Okay. A couple weeks ago I wrote them. I'm like, did you get the, you know, being that I bought the second Shea now, you know, I'm hoping that the parts shipment would have come in and you'd have traction tires. I want to buy 2 sets of traction tires. No problem, we'll send them to you for free because you had to wait. Like, okay. I don't need them. I want them as a spare because I've ran into a problem when I had the Blue Goose and the Centipede crash. Blue Goose is on this line going this way, Centipede on this line going that way. Because of the overhang and the tracks walk together some, the class light hooked the window of a car and the Blue Goose didn't even bump. That Centipede stopped and was pulled backwards though. But because of that, I totally stretched out the traction tire. And it's things like that. I like to have 2 or 3 pairs extra of traction tires always on hand for whatever locomotive. Dude, I'm telling you, get a Shea. I drove my Shea. Now, 1% power is less than 1 speed step. Okay? Digitrex has percentages. NCE has speed steps. I set my Shea on 1%. And what I did was I ran it on the inside loop, and at that time it came straight and then came into with this switch. I didn't have the outside curve over here yet. When it got over by the station, it would flop onto a switch and go onto the third line, go through the third line curve on over down there, come back up and it would go through this curve on this side. 38 minutes. I started it here, I ended it here, or I should say started here, ended it here. Because it was between this track and this track was the switch. But it took 38 minutes to go around the whole layout. That's how slow and much of a creeper it is. Yes. Well, yeah, mainly for logging. I do know Union Pacific had a Shay. Union Pacific didn't do any logging as far as I know. Pretty much, yeah. High torque, low speed. They could go up like a 15% grade. It was crazy. No, don't. Give me a second. Let's get the C&O out today. And I'm going to run it ass end frontwards. Okay. I'm on left. Now I'm going to set this at 1%. There you go. Now I have actually changed this. So what I did, 18? No. Okay, here. So what I did was I changed its V high which is maximum voltage of 205 to 195. So I slowed its max speed down some. I then took its middle 50% speed and changed it from 50 to 125. That is 1%. It doesn't start chugging until 4. Here we got 2%. Here we got 3. There we got 4. This is 15. So, okay, you ever seen Empire Strikes Back? In the very beginning where the guy's in the AT-AT and he goes full speed ahead and then they go to the outside and it's just lumbering. That's pretty much the Shay. This is the one that I bought new. And I actually like my refurb shop one more than the new one. Not because, just because of paint job. I thought I would like what they call the as delivered demonstration boiler color, because I had that on my very first Broadway Limited years ago. It was a cab forward, but I actually prefer the all black of the GC&E one. Although I do like the door. I really like the door on this one because it's like a wood colored door. But I don't necessarily like it's almost like a greenish gray on the boiler. It looks nice. It's just, it doesn't, the coloring from the demo, because when I bought it, they still had the, like the colored pencil computer drawing style pictures. Now that they actually shipped them, they took pictures of each individual loco and they put them up. But the coloring was it was more gray in the picture, where here it's more like a green. One of these days I'm actually going to start messing around with the smoke unit on these things. I honestly think that there's a programming error in the DCC. So all my locomotives, the steam engines I got, the Challenger and everything, their smoke unit is defaulted to on when you get it from the factory. Its setting is 132. 128 of that is the smoke unit, leaving 4 left over, and that 4 corresponds to the second bit in the 7-bit string, and that's for programming while moving. In the manual it says the stock is supposed to be 128, yet it's 132. And they say to make it to 0 to turn off to default the smoke unit to off when you start it up, which I do that to all of them. So I made the 132 to 0, and that gets rid of me programming while it's moving too. So I recently just changed all of them from 0 to 4, so the smoke unit is off, but I can still program. while moving. Now the Shea, when you read it, it has a reading of 196. Now because the Shea is a 3-chug system, I'm going to use the word, most locomotives are 2-chug system. You have to bypass the wheel sensor, the chug sensor. That's 64 of the 196, leaving 132, which is 128 for the smoke unit and 4 for the remainder. So in the manual it says the smoke unit is off by default, yet when you read it in the CVs, it's on by default. But their BOI's comment was, well, the N scale unit is totally different. Okay, but the programming isn't. Or at least I don't think it would be. So I'm leery, because the first, on this Shea that's running, I burned up the smoke unit. It was just running like shit. The second one, I turned the smoke unit, the hard flip switch underneath it, I turned that off. I've never used the smoke on that. But I think it should only be 69 as a setting instead of 196 as a setting. Oh yeah, Mega Steam. The only smoke you want to use is Mega Steam. Seriously. Shit's great. I have a wood stove, although the next time I buy it, I'm going to get Campfire. They have oil fire, they have coal fire, they have wood fire, they have pine tree, they have gingerbread, they have the French toast and pancake. They have everything. There's like 50 different things, 50 different scents. You can buy them online. Megasteam, I think it's megasteam.com. Just search Megasteam and you'll find it. Whatever you do, do not use Bachmann smoke fluid. It is literally pure poison. Glycol and glycerine. Glycol is antifreeze. Glycerin is, last time I checked, glycerin's boom, nitroglycerin. It's an explosive. And when I was using the Bachmann smoke, man, I was getting sick all the time, just coughing nonstop. I stopped using that and started using the Megasteam. The cough went away. All that shit. I liked chocolate cake. When I was vaping, I did chocolate cake. But I stopped vaping and I went back to actual real tobacco. The more I read up on vape, the more I realized that's more dangerous than actual tobacco. And I don't smoke actual tobacco, I smoke pipe tobacco. Cigarette tobacco and pipe tobacco are two way different things. Cigarette tobacco, they put like all these chemicals in it, where pipe tobacco, they still put chemicals in it, but not as much. But this thing actually drives like the real locomotive. Because of the gearing, each one of these wheels, although this wheel has a traction tire on it, this one set, all the wheels are actually powering the locomotive. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 axle drive. And it is actually powered via the crankshaft. The motor's here, it moves the crankshaft here, the crankshaft moves all the wheels. Oh, well, we got on the tobacco because we were talking about the smoke fluid and the different flavors, and Crazy brought up that he used to vape, and they had the flavors. And I said, yeah, the more I looked into vape, the more I realized that that's actually worse than tobacco. So I stopped vaping and I went back to tobacco. Speaking of tobacco, I'll be right back. The New Haven here is a Atlas. Atlas bought the model from Centralia Car Shops. Centralia Car Shops were one of the best cabooses you could buy. I actually have a real Centralia Car Shops over in the corner. The only problem with Centralia Car Shops was you had to put on all the little detail. You know, the ring on the top and all your grab irons and stuff. It was a pain in the butt. And as soon as I went to go put the first piece on, it went pew out of my tweezers. I said, well, that's that, because they don't give you any extra. They were the eye hooks that went into the roof that held the railing around the roof on the top of the Santa Fe. But all these are separately applied details. They're not molded in. So the ladder and the hooks on the roof are two separate pieces. The ladder is a plastic ladder, part of the frame, and then the hooks on the roof, it's a hole in the side of the ladder that you push the railing through and then pop it in. You push it in this way and then you pop it into the top of the roof. And I actually went as far as I ended up knocking one off and losing it, so they sent me new, and I took them all off and I glued them, put a little bit of the glue on the metal, and I stuck it into the railing, or stuck it into the ladder part. So now they're like glued onto the ladder, so I never lose them again. Yeah, Atlas. They call it an NE1 or something like that. My oldest caboose is the actual Rock Island. That's an actual 1990s Athearn kit that I built. Oh man, do I want to start drilling into this thing again tonight? No. I'll do it when I get home. No, I won't. I'll do it next weekend. Okay, I gotta pull the camera. No, I don't gotta pull the camera. Yeah, I do. And then I want to do this. settings, camera, photo, video. Okay, so it's the cable that I got. The camera's fine. Because it's not glitching out on the laptop. Although this cannot be 30 frames a second. Although it could be this laptop too. Okay, so I gotta start by telling him that cable's bad. Damn it, there goes that idea. I plugged the new camera into the new cable that goes into the computer, and the bottom half of the camera is all glitchy. I plugged the camera directly into the laptop without the USB extension cable, and it seems fine. Well, the problem is this is all brand new stuff. I'm adding a third camera. It just so happens I don't know about the camera, but the cable that I got is definitely bad. Which is funny because all the other cables I got from them are great. I got multiple cables from them. In fact, all my cameras... No, this camera doesn't. The station camera is run by their cable. But yeah, I'm gonna just have to tell them that because I bought a 24-foot cable to go over to the far side of the layout. But I'm pretty sure it's the cable. Because while it's jerky on the laptop, again, it might be the laptop. This is honestly the only thing I do on this laptop is watch YouTube when I'm streaming, monitor the stream, and I'm using it for the JMRI. For some reason, I guess the battery stopped taking a charge. I don't know. I got those things for free. The only thing I really want to do is replace its 5400 RPM hard drive with a serial ATA SSD. Yep, this is the camera. That's the next camera that's going in. My little tripod camera. No biggie. I'm in and out myself. I go from the train room to the den to the train room. I honestly wish I had a huge layout because the centipede would look great on like a 35-foot long straightaway. But my legs are too bad to go into the basement on the daily. That should be raised a little bit. Oh my God, it's so nice and warm in this room. Oh. The funny thing is, I don't think a Challenger and a Centipede would have ever met on the rails. Hey Pose, how's it going? Guess who I was talking to? I'll give you a hint. Remember cock in a sock? I need to get a network cable too. 25 footer. I'm getting sick of this wireless crap on this laptop. Oh, I'm slacking since we switched out the Shay. This is a different Shay. So, on the Shay that's running currently, built by Lima in December of 1903. Serial number of 727. The order was 785 for the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway for loco number 7. Class D Shay. 46-inch drivers and an 44440 tank configuration. This one weighed 220,650 pounds. Had a boiler pressure of 200 pounds per square inch. A tractive effort of 53,000 pounds per foot. Again, estimated 26.7 max speed, miles per hour of max speed. It was a coal, 20,000 pounds of coal, 8,000 gallons of water. Estimated horsepower was 1,000. 70 foot long, 10 foot wide, 15 foot tall. It was retired and stored in 1923, and that's all the history of real life that we have on that loco. On the fictional side of it, it was bought by Bubba's Logging Company in 1925. In 1930, Bubba's Logging Company goes defunct because of the Great Depression, and it was abandoned. In 1982, the locomotive was found. In 1983, it was bought by the museum. In 84, it was moved to the museum. In 1990, it finished its restoration to operation as Chesapeake and Ohio number 7. In 2005 and 2020, it went through its 15-year inspection and overhaul, and its next one is due in 2035. Poor Bubba's Logging Company. That Great Depression got a lot of people. Okay, we're going to start picking up here. There's only so much of that mechanical cowbell you can deal with. I'll run the Blue Goose. I don't have, the only cars I have run decently is the tail car and the diner. I got to get a bunch of parts. The cars are so old that the wheel trucks, the trucks have like warped out of square, so they don't run good. Let's run these for a little bit. Come on, you fucking piece of shit. I think I need to change traction tires again on that sucker. BLI locos, steam engines, solid as can be. Honestly, these BLI cars I hate. I love to look at them, they just run like shit. Yeah, it's the same set. This set. Um, it just they don't run like a $300 car set would. My Athearn cars, the ones I was pulling this whole time, the green ones, run so much better. That's annoying the fuck out of me. I don't know if you can see it. I can see the engine hopping. I got a bad traction tire again. Well, I had the Centipede, and I had the Freight Goose, the Black Goose. Let's just put it this way. I had the new car on order. I canceled it for this set. I added a whole nother set from Athearn, the Harman Arch cars in the daylight. I'm getting the daylight scheme. But if memory serves me, these cars might actually run good in this direction. Keep your eye out in the refurb shop for the Black Goose, because that's where I found mine. The Black Goose was a factory direct. I gotta look now. It was an exclusive done by a hobby shop. Pretty sure it was factory direct. Yeah, factory direct hobbies exclusive. They only made 51 of them. The other style was the same. Okay, so picture the Blue Goose, the silver stripe. Picture that silver stripe on the Black Goose. It didn't look good at all. To me, in my mind, it didn't look good. I don't know how many of that they made. But I've seen a couple come through the factory, the refurb shop. Because factory direct hobbies, okay, so the guy that owns BLI and the guy that owns factory direct hobbies are family members. Oh shit, I just fucked that up, didn't I? A lot of the stuff from Factory Direct Hobbies, so I don't think it's all refurb in the refurb shop. Because sometimes I have found old Factory Direct stuff. Older models that, I would assume Factory Direct finds them in their warehouse. Oh, we have one or two of these engines. Ship them to, my brother, and he'll sell them on the refurb shop. I think that's what happens. I'm not sure. Because I've seen maybe 5 Black Gooses come through the refurb shop. And I don't see the Goose having that many problems. Even though that was a first run, my Blue Goose is a second run. My Black Goose is a first run. I probably, dude, I can't even imagine how many hours I got on this Goose. The Blue Goose. I'm guessing close to probably 200 to 300. If not more. There's times I ran this sucker for 12 hours straight. The next thing I'm gonna buy from the box guy is a HO cradle. Well, this was an oil burner from the get-go. Coal has the 2 different levels. You got the upper coal and then the lower water. whereas an oil burner from the scratch, it's just flat up on the top. This summer, they're coming out with her sisters, the 3461 through 3465, which is the standard looking, all black regular steam engine, but it's still the 464 Super Hudson, or I'm sorry, Super Duper Hudson. I had 3160 on order, but I canceled it. I'm trying to limit myself on steam engines to the aerodynamic bullet nose Art Deco style. Because otherwise, I want them all. I'd rather buy the 39, if I find a 39 Blue Goose, I'd rather buy that than although I'd love to have them. In fact, I was the one who told them to make it. I said, since you have the mech already done, it's just a different shell, do the sisters. And lo and behold, like 6 months later, they announced it. And then they're coming out with the 2900 class too, and I'm like, oh man. Originally, I canceled 3461 because if I was going to get another Hudson, I wanted it to be the 39, the early 39 version with the black stripe. I wanted 3461 because the Heralds. It actually got the award, or made the record. 3461. That's why I got the Heralds. But they're doing, was it 2917 with the Heralds also, which is a 484. The heaviest 484 ever made. Because they did it with all conventional metal. Because of the war. Being I've added the Dreyfus and the Yellow Belly to my BLI list, I had to make some cuts, and 3461 got it. I'm definitely going to chill out on diesels. Unless something really cool comes along, I'm not going to be ordering any more diesels for a while. I'm not going to say that for steam engines. I got the GG1 coming. I got the GP40 set on order. That should be coming soon. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure they run good this way. It's the opposite way. Because of the way the couplers are, they get stuck in one way. And going this way, they get stuck to where they're stuck the right way. Going the opposite way, they're I don't know how it's just weird how it is. But and on the straightaway, I can look down and all the couplers are still turned. They're not straight, they're like this. Whereas when it goes the opposite way, they're not, I don't know. They run good, and then all of a sudden they just go and go shit. I had to do a shit ton of work to these things. I replaced most all the couplers with actual metal KD couplers, some of them being long shanks. For a minute, I thought I heard the derail. I thought I heard the wheel on the ties. But it has the most unique chug. My GS4, my FEF, they're all just chug, 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 chug. This one, you'll hear the chug, and then you'll hear like a vacuum chug, and then the actual power chug and a vacuum chug. It's like a dual. It's like an echo chug. The cars would have been great if they put just regular fucking couplers on them. They would have been definitely great. I'm a firm believer in truck-mounted couplers for passenger cars. I don't care what these fucking people say. Oh, it's not real. Oh, fucking well. Guess what? With truck-mounted couplers, you can couple on a curve. With body-mounted couplers, you cannot. I'll tell you one thing. The best cars I have are these. They're 1960s AHM Chicago and Alton heavyweights. Three axle trucks on all of them. No interiors, no lighting. And to get that stuff done, it's so freaking expensive. Roughly $50 for the interior. The lighting kit I've seen all the way up to $100. Although I would probably go the Rapido lighting kit, which is like $15, but it's battery operated. Their freight cars are great. Their locomotives are great. Their steam engines are pure perfection. Their freight cars and their diesels are great. I'm not happy with the passenger cars. Hey, Everett. Oh, damn it. You know what? We're going to test that. Because I fixed this, didn't I? Yeah. The one thing I don't like about the Walters car is they got the wrong lighting in it. They got the blue LED lighting. Okay, let's see if this shorts out. Got to put the diner in. Alrighty, have fun. Hey, Lost Souls. Okay, let's cross our fingers. So, when I used to run this, I would have short outs. And my guessing is because the metal truck was turning and hitting the metal body of the underframe of the car. So I took some electrical tape and just taped it up on the bottom of the frame where the cars would hit. Nope. Still shorting. So it's the fucking car. So fuck Walthers too. That's what I'm talking about. No, that's not enough. And that's what Walthers cars do. The more you pay for these cars, the worse they get, really. That was a $120 car. It can't even go around my outside radius. These cars are 90 bucks a car. These, 30 bucks. 30 bucks runs fine. Nope, I don't drag race anymore. Oh, that's easy. The Shays are the slowest. As for my fastest, I put speed limits on everything. Nothing is above 195 for the max voltage. The Goose used to be 230. I brought it down to 195. The Challenger's 180, so I didn't touch. Everything that was over 195 I brought down. No, the size of the layout. if I had a basement-sized room or a basement-sized layout with broad sweeping curves, I would leave it and just run it fast. But I'm going from 22, roughly 24, 22, and 18. We'll round them. And honestly, it's kind of a top-heavy loco because it's all brass shell and stuff. I mean, it doesn't have a tipping hazard, but if it's going around a curve tight enough, fast enough, I could see it going over by the centrifugal force. The Shays, no, the Challenger is 180. Was this right? Hold on. I know the Goose is 195. It used to be 230. The FEF used to be 215. It's 195. NW2, GP30. The GS4 used to be 205. I brought it to 195. The Challenger is 140. I left it. This is another Goose. That's another Centipede. EA. C30. The Shays were 205 and I brought them down to 195. But they're geared totally different. They're geared for slow speed. Almost like a switcher would be. Oh, how much am I going to get paid? I got to look at this. I'm in the Comcast settlement. Yeah. Holy shit. I could be up to $10,000. It's about time they start going after these big ass companies with the data breaches. Okay, that's a long email. Really, that's like longer than War and Peace. Holy shit. Yeah, no shit. Fuck, $10,000? I'm instantly ordering all the Blue Gooses and doing what I wanted to do. And the shelf. My $200 train shelf that I want from Amazon. 58 inches long, 7 shelves high. I would also go apeshit. I would go buy all the GS4s also. I'd buy the 2003, or the current, is it 2003 or 2013? I can't remember. I'd buy the current GS4. I'd buy the the as delivered GS4. No, man, if I'm buying a BLI, it's going to be for me. I'm stingy. I would actually go buy spare Blue Gooses just for parts. Ooh, what would I do? I would demand the RSD 15 be made again in Paragon 4. See, there it goes again. It's these goddamn cars. A Shay, or not a Shay, a Climax and a Heisler. Yellow Belly, Dreyfus. Oh, I'd help everyone out. I'd make them actually finally make the AC-12. Because I don't think they still haven't made an AC-12 yet. Really? Do you know anything about them? Because I'm having a hell of a time finding information on those yellow jackets. Like, are they ES? Oh no, what was it? Are they ES4s or are they E4s? No, they were not J3s. First of all, the Yellow Jacket was Chicago Northwestern. They did not run J3s at all. Secondly, a J3 is a Hudson. The Yellow Jacket is a Pacific. It's a 462. I know the class is called or no, was it the ES class? That's, I bet, what it was. The two Yellow Jackets, there was only two of them. They were called ES classes, but they were built off the E class. But I'm having problems finding information on the E class. I'm finding E1, 2, 3, and 4, but I'm not finding the original E class. I will never buy BLI cars again. I really won't. Now let me throw my 1962 crap cars on here. Wait, where is it? What are you talking? A Dixie is a two. A Dixie is a 280, I think. A 484 is a Northern. No, never. Again, there was only 2 Yellow Jackets ever made. And the Yellow Jacket was specifically a Chicago Northwestern engine. Are you thinking of the Yellow Belly, which is the C&O Hudson that's at B&O Railroad Museum? That was a 464. The Yellow Jacket looks like a blue goose that had its forehead stretched. And if you ever saw a picture of it head on, go to BLI and look at it, you'll understand what I'm talking about. See, that's kind of funny. Chicago Northwestern Railway had a bunch of 462s. They took 2 of them, refurbished them, and with streamlining, and called them Yellow Jackets. They ended up running the local line in Illinois, from Chicago to I don't know where, but it was the Palatine Arlington Heights line, going through going up north west from the city, went through Palatine, Arlington Heights, into Barrington. A Hudson 464. Yeah. She's running a little rough because, like I said, one of the I need to change out the traction tires, so she's bouncing a little bit. Two. The rear driver set. The only one I have that's multiple is the Challenger. Both rear axles on the driver set are traction tire. Everything else only has two. And the funny thing is so BLI has a limit. You can only buy 2 packages of traction tires. Package of traction tires has, is for the locomotive. It has 2 of them. Except the Challenger, it has 4 traction tires, so you got to buy 2 packages. And you're at your limit though. You can't buy 4 packages, to have a set going on and then a set to spare. You can't do that with the Challenger. Dude, I've been into trains a long, long time. Lights going on. Oh, wrong way. There we go. I'd say I was probably 5 years old. No, it would have been less than that. Probably 3 or 4 actually. My uncle came, we picked my uncle up, he was in the military. Whatever it was, we had to go south. We were coming home, we came through Aurora, Illinois, and this was when the roundhouse was still dilapidated and unused. We pulled over, we got out, we walked the whole roundhouse and whole engine house and everything. And that's kind of when I got into trains. Walking through that old ass roundhouse building and shit. It's now a restaurant. I gotta check this. great. Googly boogly. Wow, yeah. We're going to have to do both sides. That shouldn't take that long. Yeah, actually, good point. I'm going to do, before I get into that, I'm going to take a lap around the house. Oh. First of all, get my Shay. Here we go. 4360 class. Oh. And I need the tool. Oh. I need my tool over here. First of all, I need these. And I get my toolbox over here. I love this thing. It's like a magnet. I guess cookies came in it or something like that. And you're going to think I'm nuts, but this is one of the best tools for model trains. You know, one of those dentist teeth scraper thingies that they use? Yeah. That is, gets out of my way. I don't have light. There we go. Ah, fuck you. Holy sheep shit. Dude. Okay, you know what? Someone get me a kid because I can't open this. Oh, there we go. I don't know. You think it was stretched out some? Can you see that? That's like twice the size. It should be. Okay, now here's for my least favorite thing in the world. God damn it. Yeah, okay. Get in there, you whore. just had to here. Oh, damn it, almost. Alrighty. You know, this should be magnetized. Crap, what did I just do with that screw? There it is. Really? It's not metal? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, there we go. Oh, you fucking whore. This is the worst system I've ever seen. Let's try using this one. Alrighty. Got one down. right there. Duh. Doot doot doot. Holy cow. That one's even bigger. Yeah, look at the little dinky guys that are on the Shay. They're little guys. Alrighty. That. And that. Get in there, you son of a bitch. Almost, almost. There we go. blind. Going blind. I want to do this. Kids, don't try this at home. Helps if I have it on. I'm an idiot. Okay. Let's go this a different route. Alrighty. Now, I want to go that way though. Okay, that's done, that's done. Get this away from the layout, don't need that there anymore. That goes here, that goes there. Look at what you can do with truck mounted couplers. Oh, look at that. Can't do that with body mounted couplers. A flood warning? Man, we ain't got no rain. Okay. You know what? No, that doesn't look right. I didn't have that one side tightened all the way. Now she's smooth. My God, I cannot believe how big those traction tires got. Oh, man, do I... I'm going to leave those out just in case. Correct. Truck mounted coupler is completely wrong for HO, but it also has a benefit of being able to couple anywhere. I mean, you saw I had to actually back the train up so the C&O cars had to be straight to couple. They wouldn't couple at all on the corners. Yeah, it's considered toy-like, but sometimes toy-like is better than prototypical. I mean, if they want to be prototypical, let's start making gas engines for these diesel trains. Little gas engines. Oh, yeah, that's much smoother. God. Did you guys see how much of a difference a brand new versus the used traction tire was? The used traction tire was literally on the outside, just sitting of the traction. I'm guessing it like stretched probably 10 to 15%. I mean, these things are huge. Like I can, okay, I can get that all the way on my pinky. Let's look at that. Oh shit, I wasn't even in the picture, was I? Yeah, there we go. That's a huge difference. No, you got that backwards. You actually got that backwards. Truck mounted couplers will stay on the rail because a body mounted coupler will actually pull it off the rail if it's too tight. Because I've actually had that happen in spots. I need to order up some more Blue Goose traction tires. It just shows how much I run this Blue Goose. I haven't had to change any other traction tires except the Blue Goose, and this is the second time I've done it since I've owned it. No, I lied. I did do the GS4 when I first got it, because that was a refurb shop, and they screwed the pooch and sent it out to me with only one traction tire on it. But that's fine, because I mean they gave me extras anyway. But that thing, I can see it's running smooth now. Yeah, much better. Okay. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I got a bunch of... I got stock of traction tires. I always keep them on stock. Every locomotive. The Challenger, I got a shit ton for, because there's 4 traction tires on that. The GS4, FEF, the Shea, and the Goose. I only have 2 sets left, but I have 2 locomotives, so I'm definitely going to get more. Here. I run these things, man. Like I was saying earlier, that probably has a good 300 or 400 hours on it. Yeah, I'm revising that. About 300 or 400 hours over the past year. I run the shit out of. Well, at one point, this was the only thing I had. I'm leaving them out because something tells me I'm going to have to do more. It's getting to be that time of year. What is it? Every 12 months you're supposed to do them? It's funny how they can just go. Because I was running the Blue Goose the other day and it ran perfectly fine. Today, I was seeing the whole cab bounce as I was doing that fast run. And I don't drag these things. If I move it, I pick it up at the traction tires. So it's not, the weight of the locomotive isn't dragging the traction tire on the rail. I pick them up and move them like that. No, I just run it like I run them. This is my most ran locomotive. Trust me, none of the car. No, I'll rephrase that. The older cars hang. These don't hang up. These hang up some. They're not smooth. Whereas now that's smooth. Oh yeah, I wanted to do this. Honestly, it's my lighter cars that add, like these, and really that's about it. All the other cars I have are really good rollers. In fact, they're too good of rollers. There's sometimes I hate it. Well, they're my AHM cars. Yeah, I'm done dealing with these fucking BLI cars. Were you seeing it jump on screen? I wasn't really paying attention to what it was doing on screen. I was watching it. Oh yeah, definitely. I actually prefer the AHM. Like I said, I bought the Broadway cars because they looked great, and I thought Broadway, Broadway. It's Broadway Limited. Excellent steam engines, great diesels, beautiful freight cars. I hate this set. And then I hate buying the Walther's card to match the set, because that thing doesn't run at all. As soon as it's on the track, you saw it. It just starts shorting out everywhere. What I need to do is I gotta buy donor cars for the trucks, and I gotta replace the trucks. I have the whole set, including multiple coaches. It's just they don't run good. I need to get new, like I said, I need to get the new trucks, put the good wheels I have in them, and get the Coupler arms from eBay. Ah, I love that smell. Well, no, they're from 1960. They've all warped a little bit, like this. Well, I put them on the track, and you can see the bogies are twisted by just age and, you know, being up. I'm sure in a box in an attic or something. You know, the heat or something. I want to get the interiors for all of them. I want to light them. I'm going to do the Blue Goose car upset, or the Blue Goose setup good. Because these cars actually match the 1939 version I want to get with the dark wheels. Honestly, I can get these trucks. I just got to buy like donor cars, like I said. And if I can find these cars in the newer style with the interiors, like the diner here, the diner is a newer car. All my other cars are from the 60s. This, I'm assuming, is from the 90s because they have the interior in it already. But I definitely want to find the newer dome car. No. They definitely don't. Yeah, she's running smooth now. Oh my god, dude. I know what the fuck I'm doing. It's not my computer. It's not the camera. It's your fucking cable. Are you using a hub? No. Is it into the computer? Yes, I know what I'm doing. It's your cable. I have a 30-foot cable that works fine. I have a 30-foot cable that works fine. So why don't I use the 30-foot cable for that camera? I'll have to look into that in a couple days. I should just email him back. I'm not playing your stupid games. My 35-foot cable works fine. That's all you need to know. A 10-foot longer cable works fine over yours. Never bought from AliExpress, never will buy from AliExpress. It's bad enough I buy from eBay. Okay, I gotta go take a walk. Holy crap. It's like 11 o'clock already. You know, I want to get the rest of this Chicago Alton set. It would look good with the EA. I can't wait until that EA gets back here. Oh my god. Not for long. Did you guys hear about the whole internet router thing? No more routers until they're made in the USA. So wait a minute. See, that doesn't make sense. If the routers have to be made in the USA, don't the modems have to be made in the USA too? That's my point. That's crazy. I don't think a router is the problem. It's the modems, I think, that would be the bigger problem than the router. Because a router doesn't necessarily mean internet access. You can, I mean, a router is for, it just connect multiple computers to, you know, multiple computers. Do they still have switches and hubs? There's three different levels. There's a hub, there's a switch, and there's a router. Honestly, it's been a minute since I even looked at that kind of shit. honestly, you can thank the unions for all that shit. Oh, we want more money, we want more money, we want more money, we won't work until we get more money. Well, you're not working, so why should you get more money? You're bitching about not getting money. Get your ass to work. And then they just asked for too much money and they all got fired. RCA, Zenith, all of them. And then they went overseas and became shit. All I know of is if they come after my trains, oh, I'm going fucking nuclear. Your trains can't be made in China. You know what? Kiss my ass. You know what? Just to be an ass, I'm going to start a business and have it be based in Iran. Pose, you never answered me. Guess who I talked to yesterday? Adele. Australia Adele. Yeah, she, from a guy, I'm guessing UK or something, from his accent. He was on her stream the other day. She still calls me Roundhouse. But I was in her stream. I was telling her about this channel, and you were in the stream, and so she's like, "Oh, I haven't talked to her in a long time." I'm like, well, stop by, man. She's usually there every time. Which you are. You're usually here every stream. Man, babysitting is easy. Just make sure their head is under your butt. Okay. That was weird. I had a glitch in the Matrix. You saw that too? That was man, that was weird. Well, it's getting late anyway. I'm gonna call it when it comes around. Anyway. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna call it. It's late. That one, that one, that one, that one. Yeah, it's late. You don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Have fun, y'all.